Howdy, everybody. Appreciate y'all being patient while I got everything set up. Before I get started, I just want to say glad to hear both of y'all are doing good, and also a win is a win, whether it's a diamond or a ring pop. So good on you, Yazov. uh, but yeah, we'll jump right into things. Hope everybody's having a good Wednesday night. Let's see. I know y'all would probably rather see me start with a starting soon screen because, it's my hindquarters sticking out of a dumpster. But for practicality, oh, gotcha. Either way, close enough. All right, but we're gonna start with probably the BRB, just because it'll be easier for me to get everything drawn up, painted, and rendered on this one, and then just basically copy and paste it to the starting soon, and then work over top of that. So, before I get that started, let me turn this music down on my end because I don't know why, but it's not even loud, but for me, like, my brain is perceiving it as loud. Birthday stream. I'm actually thinking about doing multiple streams next week for my birthday. Birthday is officially Thursday, but I want to do a donathon of some type. Still got to work all the details of that out. Honestly, need to think of rewards before anything. In the past, when I was still streaming as Icky Guy, I used to do 12-hour streams, but one, I'm kind of an old fart now, and two, just next week might be busy. Tomorrow I have to go do some stuff like background check wise for a potential job. So if everything goes through on that, could start next week, could start in a month. You know how hiring processes go, but I don't want to lock myself in for a 12-hour stream and then find out I'm starting at some point. And also, yes, fan art is welcome. But I'll probably do 4 streams next week, if not more. We'll see how it goes. But it'll definitely be the normal 3 days: Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. But I'm also contemplating doing one on my actual birthday, Thursday. So we'll cross that bridge when we'll get there. I'll have the stream posted as, like, the schedule posted as usual, all that fun stuff. But yeah, with that being said,
If you stream Thursday, I'll have your game. I'll get your game then on your birthday.
oh, nice. That works out. Might be streaming Requiem on my birthday, so that'd be sick. But that being said, oh, I was about to say something. I lost the train of thought.
Sorry, I'll go away.
No, you're fine. Resident Evil 9 just got me excited. I can't even lie.
I've been
Uh,
planning it. I made sure to save a little bit of enough money for it.
oh yes, open to suggestions for potential rewards for the donathon. I want to.
You should give away art.
Well, I mean, art's going to be a
Paints,
get.
nonsense
Yeah,
art,
no, like
like tears.
there will be some type of giveaway of art based on how much is earned. But full disclosure, my base goal that I want to set, like the ultimate goal, is going to be $550. Because if you hadn't heard, because I really haven't made any official announcements yet, we have a baby on the way, and the stroller we're looking at is around that $550 mark. So any rewards below the $550 mark will be like more like for lack of a better term, free for me. Like I said, like art giveaways and stuff of that nature. But if we manage to exceed that, I want to do some stretch goals that are a little bit more fun. Uh, for instance, probably like $100 more. Well, actually, I'll need to see the price of it, but one of the higher ones, not like the highest, but like above the 550 mark, force Kawhi here to play Resident Evil 5 with me on stream.
Why? Y'all don't want to see that. I'm
They
a
definitely do.
pussy.
Because I want to make sure I can afford both copies with what's earned from the stream. Also, because I was talking about the restaurant today and I'm fat, considering doing a cookout mukbang, because I realize most people don't even know what Cookout is. So I'd love to spread the gospel. And I also have a webcam that I don't use for shit, so I'll just aim it at my desk or wherever I decide to eat. No, not a barbecue. It's a restaurant called Cookout.
You should pull up the menu.
So yeah,
you won't
it's-
understand unless
it's
you
hard
see
to
the menu.
explain.
If you're not from
Unless you live in
United
this region.
States, specifically the South.
Not even the South. There's like it's like in like 2 or 3 states.
Southeastern area.
No, the Southeast is a huge area, babe.
Not
Cookout is specific to this small portion.
If
I'm
you're
a
not,
chili leaf.
If you're not in the Blue Ridge Parkway area,
Of yeah,
you're not gonna
there we
know what
go.
it is.
Oh shit! Where did I post it? I was actually talking about it earlier on Tay's stream. Cause even the menu itself
It's the same everywhere you go, every cookout you go, no matter
is
what state.
kind of culture shock to people because it looks more overwhelming than it actually is. Here we go. Where'd it go? Downloads, maybe? Nothing ever goes to downloads. Oh, I haven't saved it yet. Dirt. That'll do it.
There it is.
Okay. So this is a Cookout menu. To anybody who's unaware of what Cookout is, it's one of the best restaurants you can go to if you ever find yourself
And they're mostly
in like
just
one of
drive-through or
3
walk up.
states. It'll either be Tennessee, North Carolina, or Georgia that I know of. Might
South
be some other
Carolina.
places. South Carolina?
I'm pretty sure South Carolina too.
Nah, I'm definitely not going to stop streaming. Honestly speaking, whenever I was streaming a lot more in the past, I was working a full-time job. I burnt myself out though, so I'm going to be cautious of that. But I will also say I hadn't had my mental health issues addressed properly at that time. So the fact I am currently taking care of myself should be a lot more manageable to maintain a full-time job and streaming. Days might shift. I might have to rework my schedule because I know the job that I'm going for might require some overtime. So based on what my schedule winds up and my overtime and all that fun stuff, days and hours might shift, but I'll still try to keep it to like 3 days a week just because, I don't know, I like streaming. To me, it's a fun thing. But,
And with the milkshake comment, you could customize it. So what I'll do is I'll do banana cheesecake milkshake, and it's delicious.
yeah, you can get really creative with their menu. I appreciate it, Yazov. I'm always happy to see you here. But yeah, if I manage to hit my goal and we go into the stretch goal territory, I'll do a Cookout mukbang. And as you see, it's relatively cheap. So realistically, I'd say like $40 would probably be a ridiculous amount of food. Because like I would say $20 is a ridiculous amount of food, but I want to also make sure my wife can eat while I'm being complete fat ass eating a bunch of different stuff from this place. But
What's their seasonal milkshakes this month? I wonder.
probably watermelon.
Oh.
No, never mind. It says it right there.
That's in July, right?
Yeah.
Damn. I've been craving watermelon.
Yeah, no, I will say I could be wrong. I think the prices might have gone up $1.
They did.
But even still, if you're talking $7 and $8.99 for a tray, mind you, if you look at that top bar, that's the most important thing. That red thing at the very top is really what you need to focus on. But you get your meal, like your main entree of choice, whether that be a burger, chicken sandwich, 2 hot dogs, 2 quesadillas, or even chicken strips. Back in the day, the chicken strips were better, but they've kind of gotten stingy over time with them. But yeah, anything of those, even barbecue. All types of Southern staples. You can get them any way you want with the Cookout. Like if you see the Cookout Burgers menu, you can actually apply that to basically everything else as well.
Apparently they have one in Maryland, Mississippi, and West Virginia. It's like one, but they're mostly in North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina. But they expanded to Florida. So yeah,
So yeah,
Southeastern.
cookout's getting a lot more popular. But yeah, no, to break down the like what's important, that red bar at the top is basically what you
Yeah.
need to know to order. You get your main dish, whatever like sandwich or hot dog or whatever you want. Then you choose two sides. So you can double up, but like the
Never
little
double
known
up.
secret is if you double up on Cajun fries, you're just going to get the same amount of Cajun fries as you would if you got a single order of them. So my normal go-to is either Cajun fries and hush puppies, which if you're not familiar, it's like fried sweet cornbread. I don't know how else to explain it. Or I go Cajun fries and corn dog.
That's what I do.
But you can also get like the chicken nuggets. They only give you two chicken nuggets, so you'd have to get both your sides of chicken nuggets to get four. Or you can get a corn dog, like I mentioned, a quesadilla, basically a snack wrap. It's like they call it chicken wrap, but it's a snack wrap from McDonald's if that's what you're more familiar with. A bacon wrap, which is just same thing with bacon, like no chicken, just bacon.
Cheese curds.
Or
cheese curds.
Cheese curds. My wife loves cheese curds, if that's not obvious. Or a walking taco, which I've never ordered personally, but I've heard a lot of people swear by the quesadilla. So yeah, it's got options. Basically speaking, we managed to hit stretch goals. That's the thing we'll address then. But those are the only ideas that I've come up with so far. Last time I went to a barbecue place, I killed the bathroom at a separate restaurant while wearing my work gear. Then we went to a separate restaurant as a business the next month for a
Oh my god.
That does not sound like a fun experience.
Oh, and then you gotta explain Carolina style.
Oh yeah, I will say
North Carolina.
I will say our barbecue is a lot different. It's like really in the United States barbecue
Is
varies on regions. That said,
Carolina sauce was something I didn't
Carolina
know about.
is probably like the most different
Yeah.
because like most places have like variations of like what you think of when you think of barbecue
Or
sauce.
Sweet Baby Ray's.
The brown stuff in a bottle. Carolina, on the other hand, is a apple cider vinegar base, so it is super tangy. I know a lot of people
It's thin.
really shit on slaw, but I swear by slaw with Carolina barbecue because it has such a strong taste of vinegar. Because like I don't know if you heard Kawhi, but it's super thin.
Yeah.
Because it's basically like
And then you guys
apple cider vinegar with brown sugar and other seasonings cooked into it.
And then there's the two type of coleslaws they have in the South, or at least North Carolina.
In North Carolina
area.
specifically, if you find yourself in like North Carolina's barbecue capital, which is Lexington, if you go to most of the restaurants, they have barbecue slaw, which is literally cabbage chopped up like really fine, almost probably grated, I would say is a better explanation, with that same barbecue sauce in it. But if you go to any of the barbecue establishments that serve seafood, around there they call it seafood slaw, and that's like the standard coleslaw, like the mayo, sugar, seasonings with like a splash of white vinegar. But it's probably apple cider, knowing this area, because, you know, easier. But anyways, enough talking about food. I'm fat enough as is. Well,
You didn't talk about the red slaw.
that was the barbecue slaw.
Oh, you didn't explain it. Or at least I didn't hear it.
That was the first thing I was talking
Oh,
about.
I
Super
missed
finely
it.
chopped
I
with the
was
barbecue
thinking about
sauce.
food.
I got my wife back here thinking about
I want
barbecue.
deep fried corn dog.
You would think so with as much pork as we have in this area. A lot of pork is sold and what's the word?
Out.
Manufactured, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of pig farms.
I rode by a whole truckload of pigs on my way to work today, and it stunk. I'm too pregnant for that. I had to fly past it.
Yeah.
It smelled like ass.
Yeah, needless to say, one of the like my middle school was across the road from a pig like treatment facility, like where they like clean the pig and sent it off to different.
Slaughterhouse.
Yeah, basically, more or less. I don't know. They might not have done the slaughter in there, but they definitely
Processed it.
processed everything. So
Processing facility.
There's actually a huge debate on if they even wanted that way back then. But, you know, money went out. Okay, all that aside, like I said, open to suggestions for, any other rewards. But yeah, that's the plan for next week. Now we're just prepping for next week. Given I had a strange high school experience because I saw a cow bleed and held a submachine gun. What the fuck? How? I would hope that happened on 2 different days. That would be one hell of a day for both of those to take place.
2 different days.
Still though, holy shit. I thought you lived in the Arctic cold. I didn't think y'all messed with firearms like we did.
Where's the Arctic cold?
Canada.
Oh. I'm trying to find my crochet hooks.
I do not know what you do with them either. Sorry, babe. Alright, I could rant for days about this stuff though. I'm built different, stronger, smarter, sicker. Y'all are gonna see how I do geometric shapes in Clip Studio because I'm a perfectionist and don't like messing up my own straight lines by continuously repeatedly drawing them. So if you want to call it a pro tip, you click, hold down shift, and click on the other side. Boom, you have a straight perfect line. I know technically speaking, it could go to like a vector layer if I wanted to. And it'd be even more, I guess you could say, malleable. Yes, I was Jill when I did RE1. I could have played back through as Chris, but I prefer my sanity. Only slightly. Maybe I'll go back and revisit it as Chris. That could be one of the goals. There we go. Some of the Donathon goals can be revisiting RE1 and doing one last stream of Jet Set Radio Future to officially 100% it. Do like a no time limit stream so like I don't have an excuse to get out of finishing the 100% run. If you like geometric shapes being really crisp, click Blender EXE and then go to super crisp geometrics. You know what? You got a point. I do have Blender installed. I actually need to get back to learning that. Also, considering my sell for April is almost up, I have a feeling my influx of work will slow down. And if that is the case, I think I'm going to start dedicating my Friday art streams to fan art and just drawing fan art of creators that I enjoy, whether it be other streamers or artists or anything of that type. So be on the lookout for that. Because I've noticed one thing, like, I'm actually kind of proud of myself for the sheer amount of work I've managed to get done this month. It's probably the highest notes, make stream better and get free fan art. There we go. There we go. If that's the motivation you need, I'm happy I could provide it. But, yeah, with the sheer amount of work I've been doing, I would like to keep that going, even with full-time employment, which obviously won't be the easiest task. But if I can keep it stuff that I do enjoy creating, that should help prevent the burnout. Because ultimately, the burnout only comes when shit becomes a tedious task. I do have a few more projects I need to knock out, but unfortunately, none of them are stream friendly, so those just have to get done in my personal time. With that said, once I have all of that knocked out, I will be free to get back to my own personal stuff, so I'll finally be able to get to work on my comic again and pump out some pages of that. Because what I really would like to do, if I could somehow, finagle my pipe dream into being a reality, would be to use my comic to create some type of value to actually start up a Patreon. I know technically speaking, I have enough of a workload, like a backlog and stuff, that I could start one, but as a consumer of Patreon, as much as like I would like to be a creator for it, I also understand what draws people in is just like having regular posts and like having decent content in said post. So before I go through the process of setting up all the tiers and all that fun stuff, like I guess you could say like imposter syndrome has me fearing like lack of engagement with it or whatever. So I'd rather have some type of project that's ongoing that would be enough to draw in potential supporters. I know theoretically the route is to just do it, but I've also been just doing a lot of stuff. So I'd rather keep my momentum going than do something that could risk killing my momentum and striking up my imposter syndrome, because I do that enough on my own. I don't need help from something not performing as much as I would like it to, if that makes any sense. If it isn't obvious, I put a little bit too much pressure on myself at times. But I digress. Because especially with me having a kid on the way, it would be nice to be able to sustain myself on my art and creative ability, so I would have more free time to spend with my family. I grew up in a house where my mom did the best she could to set a good example for us, but in turn that was 60-hour work weeks in very labor intensive environments, and I don't want to do that to my kid, because I definitely would have much rather had more time with my mom than, like, it's not that I don't appreciate the financial stability that she strived for, but like at the end of the day, on like a human level, I'd prefer time with my mom over eating steaks every Friday. Dad, has off. I'm leaving for 6 months. Yeah, no, my dad was a different story. That dude was he was weird, to put it lightly. Last I heard, he flipped on his heroin dealer in a different state and got like witness protection sent to Florida. I swear, my family belongs on an episode of Jerry Springer at times. If it's not obvious, I don't have a particular concern for his safety. I'm not gonna lie, there's quite a bit of my life that is like stranger than fiction. Like, I realized I had kind of a crazy upbringing when I had moved up to Mass right after I turned 19, and I would be telling my cousins stories of just shit that I'd been through, and like it sounded so ludicrous, they just thought I was a pathological liar. Until my best friend came up and we were just shooting the shit talking about different stuff we had done growing up, and he was telling even crazier stories, not only confirming some of the stuff I had talked about, but even bringing up crazier events that I just blanked out because of how frequent batshit stuff was. So I have a mom, dad, uncle, and grandpa, and then that pretty much is my family outside of it's only a name. Yeah, no. I will say I'm a huge like I'm about to say proprietor, but that means like selling, I think, if I remember correctly. I'm a huge believer in found family. I've had a lot of folks who were more impactful and more helpful in my lifetime that did not share blood relation to me than the folks that I share direct lineage with. That said, I do appreciate everything my family has ever done for me. But needless to say, growing up in the South with a very Christian family, there is more than one reason why I went no contact with them for years. Like, full transparency, I only recently started talking to my mom again. And that was honestly more for my wife's sake because she wants our kid to have grandparents. And I get it. I respect it. But I'm also walking a thin line with that one and keeping a close eye on family to make sure my kid doesn't go through anything I did. Or at least, I'm not ignorant to the fact that I can't prevent my kid from experiencing hardships in life, but I'm going to do everything in my power to avoid him going through what I went through. I know I normally listen to my other playlists while I'm doing art, but I've been on like a Kawaii Future bass kick again. Oh shit, the colors threw me off. What's up, RJ? I thought it was Yasov posting the Germa meme. Appreciate you swinging through. Matter of fact, while I'm thinking about it, let me give both y'all shout outs. I'm always happy to see y'all in chat, so it's the least I can do. So obviously, if y'all haven't checked out Yazov or RJ, make sure y'all show them some love. They're amazing people. Give me 1 second. I don't remember what the cooldown is on shout out, so we'll test it to see. I want to say it's only like 30 seconds, but I could be wrong on that. Oh damn, it's a long cooldown. I'm gonna wait 1 minute and 30 seconds. Give me just a bit. I got you, RJ. I don't even know if I have control over that because I use like Twitch's shout out versus a stream bot, which that is one thing I'm gonna do off stream because I don't want to subject y'all to me setting up a bot because that's mind numbing enough for me to do in my free time. I don't feel like that would make for entertaining content to sit through. But once I have my Mix It Up set up, I'll be relying on that then rather than set up SiriBot. I have SiriBot set up for like avoiding hate raids and stuff, But that's as far as my knowledge of Siribot goes. The reason I'm gonna be going with Mix It Up in particular is because Otter Pups has told me a lot of tricks to setting that up with my new model. So I'm gonna pester her and Bry Guy to get steps to set that up. I don't own Jackbox, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm hesitant to use Jackbox on stream. It's one thing if I can play it with my friends, but like every time I've like been collabing with somebody and we're doing a Jackbox stream, some weirdo always pops in the chat and tries to screw everything up. I have it auto set up to shout out when friends raid me. That's honestly a good thing to set up. Like I said, I'm slacking when it comes to the, I guess you could say, more technical aspects of my stream setup. If you stream Jackbox, you stream under special events. You're just chatting. I love that you put that in all caps. It felt very necessary, sadly. You have a point. If I ever get brave enough, like I said, I'm probably gonna do 4 streams next week. So if I build up the gusto, I might do some Jackbox stuff. We'll see though, because like I said, I don't even own any version of Jackbox, so I would have to rely on somebody else to set all that up proper. Oh shit, that's cool. I could use mods. I think currently the only person, the BBW Chan hate raid when RJ was playing Jackbox in 2023 was an inventable thing. Holy shit, that sounds horrible, if I'm being honest. No, you're fine, Yazif. I appreciate you offering, because like that's something like I feel weird asking people to do, just because like it seems like I don't mind modding for other people personally, but like I also feel weird asking people to do stuff for me. It's a personal issue I have to figure out, but slow process if I'm being honest. So I don't even know what verbiage I was about to use, but yeah. Rule of thumb is never mod anybody who asks for it. You know what? Remind me towards the end of stream. I'll do it once. Actually, I'm still here. Fuck it. Give me a second. I will entrust y'all with a band hammer. Please don't let me down. Yeah, currently my only mod is my wife. I don't even think she knows that she has that ability because she's more in here in person than on like chat. Boom. Y'all now officially have the band hammer. I might wind up doing thinner line work for these portions, just to make it a little bit easier on myself. But no, I do appreciate y'all for that. Oh yeah, that cooldown should finally have worn off. Over here rambling. Ooh, what subject do you want me to lore dump on? Expansive opulence. Ooh, this is a first. I could go on for hours about this, but I also have to be careful not to spoil anything because I currently have only storyboarded 10 pages of what's looking like it's going to be 50 to 60 pages, if my estimation is correct. So, effectively, that is my Yuri that I'm working on. I guess you could technically consider it furry, but because like the main two characters are anthropomorphic, but the universe that I'm setting it in is just like anything. So, for instance, a sequence that I posted in your Discord not too long ago, RJ, that is the manager of the restaurant that one of the main characters works at. It's basically that universe's McDonald's. And effectively speaking, hold on. I can't type and use my brain at the same time. I'm sorry. Gotta make sure I'm spelling this right. I literally typed out RJ underscore lonely VT. Let me let me fix that because that's what I get for trying to think and type. Precisely. Alright, I think I spelled that right. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, so it's based around, well, I guess if I'm lore dumping and I have this program open anyways. Mickey D's nuts? God damn it. I hate how my brain works. Also, welcome in, Trickstar. Okay. So lore dump time. This is what you asked for, RJ. Just know. Here they are. So, this is the employee of the legally distinct McDonald's. She more or less is like the manager of the cafe area, the not McCafe cafe portion of the restaurant. And she's regularly frequented by Tessa, who is a data architect for Globocorp LLC. Effectively speaking, with her constantly frequenting that restaurant, Tila, the manager, the elf that I did, I'll choose one of the less. It's not really explicit, but I still like to be safe because Twitch is weird. After sat my ass to finish. Nice. I still want to play that game. That game looks fun. But this is the manager Tila. And effectively, because it's already covered in like the first 2 pages, I don't feel it's like very spoilery. But she is like effectively just like constantly trying to get Roxy here to ask Tessa out. I play tested it for money and it's good. But my biggest nitpick is it has not good replayability. Personally speaking, replayability is great and all, but it's not a mandatory thing for me to enjoy a game. If it's good for one playthrough and it's not too expensive, I'll definitely give it a try. But alright, back to the lore dump. RJ spent valuable points on this. Uh, yeah. So basically, it's a story centered around these two, and she is playing matchmaker, constantly trying to get Roxy here to ask Tessa out. Shenanigans ensue of the weight gain variety, centered around uh her being the one that gets bigger, for lack of a better term. Uh, and if you pay attention to their hobbies, it kind of lines up with another little backstory thread that I have going on, but don't want to spoil that part. So that you'll just have to read the comic when I finally get it pushed through. But yeah, so effectively speaking, uh, I already have a lot of the universe built for this, and even a few different corporations that will be regularly mentioned. And with all of the various jobs I've worked and me being way too extra, it is a far too logical system of how these businesses run together that I could literally not have invested as much time and effort into. But dear God, uh, I think the biggest thing for me is I have to remember that like it is essentially like, for lack of a better term, smut. So I could get away with just doing surface level, like couple gets together and weight gain shenanigans ensue, but I'm extra as shit. So I have to have, like, it has to make sense to me. So yeah, there's a whole process, but I will say this much. At least for the portion that I have currently already storyboarded and scripted entirely and just need to actually finish the pages, it takes about 10 pages for anything to happen. But beyond that point, if the pacing that I have worked out with the timeline and the overall blueprint for the story, it should speed up a lot more then. But I'm a bit of a whore for lore and for, like, what's the word, slice of life stuff. So it will be a lot more like story oriented, because full transparency, I'm using this as practice to work on comics of the safer work variety that I've had on the back burner for years, purely on perfectionism that has not benefited me in a way. So I'm using this as a tool to kind of like incentivize myself to learn how to properly structure, write, and execute a comic on something that was originally I wasn't supposed to care as much about, but the deeper I've gotten into it, the more I do care about the project. So that part didn't go according to plan, but in terms of like the actual learning process and plotting stuff out, it has paid off. And it's also inspired me to leave plot threads open from this story to lead into other shenanigans in like prequels and sequel series and spin-offs. So keep your eye out, because I was mentioning it earlier, I'm probably going to use this whole project to kind of springboard a Patreon. And like, fingers crossed, primary goal is to have the project finish before I go through setting all that up, to where like Patreon members can immediately have access to everything. Also doing like a, if you don't want to do Patreon, like a itch.io type thing, but also releasing like a, probably like a weekly page on other platforms. Funny thing is to think local manager wants to make dating, while meanwhile in the dumpster the fat raccoon busting out of game. Exactly. I'm super tempted. You know what? That might actually be one of my donathon goals, or like incentives, not even goals, to where like if people pay a certain dollar amount, I'll feature them as a background character in the comic, because I'm gonna need background characters anyways. And I like character design enough that it wouldn't be an issue for me to just create a bunch of generic characters, but it would be fun to include people who are interested in doing so, to have their characters featured as either customers in the restaurant or employees at Globo Corp or wherever the setting is currently taking place. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I fully understand why a lot of artists will just do like backgrounds and like skip the crowds, but this is all practice for me. So, effectively, the more details I include, the more effective I can be with building the skills necessary that I need to execute on my other storylines or other comic. I wouldn't even say ideas at this point because I have them pretty fleshed out. I just, for those projects, I don't have the level of like writing because I didn't have that skill developed yet. So like I have timelines, I have story threads and everything planned. I just haven't written page by page. RJ the Where's Waldo cameo. Exactly. Because like I said, it's not limited to just anthropomorphic characters. Obviously, Tila is one of the most like forefront characters, as well as give me 1 second. Gotta dig through here and find them. Thankfully, they're all together. Oh yeah, y'all will get to see the accidental Richard Watterson clone that I created. I think this is it for the side characters I come up with. Meanwhile, the trait character be stealing all the burgers for the Ultra Fiend session for his girlfriends. There we go. For his girlfriend. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. So for non-anthro characters, the only one I currently have outside of Tila is oh god, give me 1 second. Deborah. There we go. I have her name at the top of the page. I don't even know what I'm sweating for. She works with, why did I close these? She works with Tessa. She works under Tessa more specifically as a data analyst. And then let me see here. Roxy and Tila work underneath Rich Waterberg here. And the ironic story behind him is all I had in my head for the character was that he needed to be named Richard, so Roxy and Tila could call him Dick, because he's pretty incompetent. Originally, he was the manager, like the store manager, but through a series of events effectively failed forward, and as a result got the GM position, which is why he's wearing a fancy polo with the Beaver Bobs logo and not one of the Beaver Bobs uniforms. So Roxy and Tila refer to him as Dick. And Mercedes here is another character that'll get introduced within those first 10 pages. So yeah, it's not all I have worked out, but that's all I'll share without full on getting into spoiler territory. Yes, she is actually a mink who was loosely inspired. Like she wasn't like character wise, she wasn't inspired, but like the idea of me having a mink character was directly inspired by what's her name? Is it Mary or Mari from Brand New Animal? Hold on. If you're not familiar, I'm copying an image over. I love this character in Brand New Animal, so I just wanted an excuse to draw my own mink. So that's loosely how Mercedes came about. Oh, fun. Oh shit! I missed the part where you're. Oh, I'm sorry. Honda, you say? God damn the ass off. Sorry, I was catching up with chat. But yeah, so that is in the works. And like I said, in the coming up months, I have a pretty good assumption that my workload will fall off with commissions and such. I have a lot more free time to work on that project. So fingers crossed, if I can really crunch it, then I should be able to pull off that by like June, July-ish. Jackie is the best. Drawing blanks. Oh my god. Yes. I completely forgot about Jackie. I like how everyone is mostly on their render from Ref, meanwhile, with Tessa from the Waking Track. It's all user references. Look, that was all just a crazy series of events because Tessa was originally a one off. Like, I just want an excuse to draw like a fast food employee. And then I started developing the story, and I was like, well, wouldn't it be perfect if one of them worked at a restaurant and just had access to fast food at a discount? And then the story started evolving, and I was like, well, what if they met at her job? And then it was like, well, why not just make it that restaurant that I made up for that elf I drew a while back? What's the user? Was a fun series of events, but I feel like I have stumbled upon something with that, so I'm not complaining. It's all coming together. And I will say, like, another thing that's funny, because, like, I wouldn't say I started running the same issues I did before with my other comics that I haven't put pen to paper on whatsoever, aside from just random one-off sketches that I've done. One of the most intimidating things for me was paneling and like drawing an actual comic because like I was like worried about the time investment and everything for it. But if y'all happen to see the thing I did for Tay's debut, I managed to pump that out in a single night. It was a lot of work, don't get me wrong. I don't plan to crunch that often with that much work, but the fact I managed to do a complete 4-panel page fully rendered in a single night made me realize how far I've come just in the past few months in terms of like actually managing my workload and executing. And a huge part of that has been all the commission work I've gotten lately. So shout out to everybody that has commissioned me, including but not limited to Yazov, of course. I will say Yazov has given me some of the most creative commissions, so shout out for that in itself. Hey, wait a sec. Yeah, you're always in the stream. Why wouldn't you be? I try to show love where I can. It's not much, but it's honest work. Oh, you're gonna make me blush. I am paying for them, so it should be creative. No, dead ass. The fact that I also have been promoting your. Oh shit! I appreciate that, RJ. Uh, got me there, gamer. I have no argument. Uh, but no, matter of fact, I'm so glad you commissioned me for the Jet Set Radio one, cause again with my weird perfectionism issues, I've always like kind of discouraged myself from trying to replicate Jet Set Radio style, specifically because past attempts were not up to my standard. So the fact that I actually was able to draw a picture that I myself was proud of that was stylized directly after Jet Set Radio was very motivating. Don't know how else to explain it. And a random but fair warning, if y'all notice a shift in my voice over the coming weeks, no, you didn't. I'm gonna be working a lot more to like do voice training, cause I would like to be a lot more where I want to be with my transition by the time my kid gets here. So that'll be another change to look out for over the coming weeks. Turns out I really don't like sounding like a Valorant player. Don't quite have the Valorant accent I used to, but still. Exactly. I mean, you can bring it up. Just try not to laugh. And I say try not to because I already know, like, I am a goober as is, so I'm gonna be like, no matter how supportive anybody is, I'm gonna be my own worst critic. I mean, technically, yes. Like, I guess the best example I can give is uh back when I worked customer service for like a call center. I used to do my customer service voice, and I got called ma'am on more than one occasion. So, like, for example, I really can talk like this for hours on end, but because I'm so accustomed to talking in my normal voice, it's really awkward for me to do on my stream. So it'll be something in that range if I have to guess. But yeah, it's an on and off thing, and just through my own like practice and training, and just like I guess you could say studying through other tutorials, it's something I got to constantly work on. But the more I do it, the more natural it becomes, just like that customer service voice. Back on the fast food, you know what it reminds me of? Burger Kruger One mostly since both has a raccoon in the fast food. That's it. You know, I can't blame you on that. Matter of fact, since it's still fresh on the mind and I've been ranting about it, I'll give y'all super soft spoilers because I'm proud of my work. Let's see. There's a Beaver Bob's logo, and if you squint really hard, because I am a child, and it's a Yuri, home of the Box Muncher combo. Hee 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 hee. It's Beaver. Get it? Haha. Because, again, I am a 12-year-old at heart. Coming to the Gatreon this summer. Also, we have Globocorp, which, if you watch Dragon Ball Z, you'll never guess where the inspiration for this logo came from. I don't get it. And also, we have the, what's it called? The in-universe equivalent of Cisco. Called Stout Foods. And last but not least, what will be the last introduced company, but I feel like will also just be a reoccurring company in other projects related to like weight gain inflation stuff. Expanse Pharmaceuticals. You'll never guess what type of medicines they make. So yeah, that's, I promise this is the rest of my lore dumping for the evening. But it's exactly as off, you're on the money. Like I said, I was just trying to like have fun with it. It wasn't supposed to become what it has become over time, but I'm not complaining because like I said, it sets me up for a lot more stuff once I'm done with this project in particular. And I will say at a point I was getting concerned with like how much I was, I guess you could say, overdoing a lot of that shit. But then I was watching interview Tay did with Mabo Coruscant yesterday. If y'all didn't happen to watch that, highly recommend going and checking out the VOD for it. Because for me, it was very both educational, but also like kind of reassured me that I wasn't doing too much. Specifically because of like the way Mabo approaches shit. That motherfucker is a monster. He puts in work. So like it was good to see, and it also made me feel less self-conscious about like the amount of ideas I have and I'm constantly juggling. Cuz like I'm always worried I'm doing too much, while simultaneously thinking I'm not doing enough. My brain is annoying. I don't know how to explain it. Didn't drop in fully, but I saw in the shadow. Yeah. Oh, he did actually do like a. I don't know if I necessarily like. I guess it was kind of like a quick piece. It looked really good. He was saying like it really wasn't like that like crazy, like, but like he also does really amazing work, so it's very subjective. I would watch the VOD, but man, fuck the ads. No, I can't blame you on that. I'd say it wouldn't surprise me if she puts it on her YouTube channel. Obviously, it's a matter of getting it edited and shit, but if she does, it would definitely make for good content. Then again, I don't know how YouTube would react because YouTube is always doing dumb shit. But I guess if she didn't go monetized for that particular type of content, there's less of a risk. But I don't know. I don't fuck with YouTube on the creator side enough. I need to. It would be more practical if I did. But I would need to find an editor, honestly. I know how to edit. I'm fairly proficient at editing. But God, that is a laborious task. Props to all the editors out there. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm glad I know how to edit and I've learned all these skills. But I'm also learning to, like, limit my scope of work and focus more heavily on stuff that's actually achievable rather than spreading myself too thin, working on way too many projects that wind up all falling flat because I can't put enough attention where it needs to go. I tried to be a YouTuber. I got like one video out and then lost years of work. Oh, God. Yeah, that's another thing with like any type of those projects. Like, full transparency, if I ever got into YouTubing, I would be far more interested in doing long form content, but just going based off of the creators that I thoroughly enjoy watching their content. They go like a month or two between each video. Honestly, if there's one editor I got in mind as a friend, it's the one I'm pointing to. Yeah, let me. If this job that I'm currently hopefully getting, I'm already to the point where like I've already done interviews and stuff. I just have to go take like. Hopefully it's not TMI, but I gotta go take a drug test. If you catch my drift, but that shouldn't be an issue because I haven't smoked the devil's lettuce in 5 months and don't plan on starting again anytime soon. And that's my only vice for opium. For all of the things, because it's actually like a DOT drug test. So those ones are kind of strict. So it actually works out that I decided to stop smoking when we found out Kawhi was pregnant. Because, like, as dumb as it is to say, I just didn't feel right about doing it when she couldn't. So, like, I can't even, like, act like it was for, like, I guess, like, good reasons. It's not like because I have a kid coming. It was like, I don't feel right doing it if I am unemployed and not able to afford my own vice. It's ironic. Every time I've quit something, it wasn't for, like, health reasons or, like, good reasons. It's specifically because money. Meanwhile, the job I'm trying for, I just need it. to see if my FBI clearances are still active and don't need to be renewed. I'm guessing some type of infosec if I had to go out on a limb. Oh, just basic level? Alright, fair enough. I wasn't sure if it was more like specifically like security. The security portion of IT, I guess. I'm so tempted to get my cat IT for hire. I'm so tempted to get my Security Plus certification. Because honestly, it's something I should have done while I was still in school. But at the time, I wasn't interested in getting into it. Because, like, I convinced myself it was, like, too complicated. But I have a buddy who's gotten his certs recently. And just from, like, discussing with him everything, it's definitely something that I could develop the skill set for easily because I already have the base tools from the IT I've worked and the certifications I have held. No, I'm partnered by Mouse PI for hire. I also need Security Plus is so huge, especially with how bad AI has hit like most quote unquote entry level IT roles. Like the best example I can give is my last role. I was technically a lead IT support. I can't remember the exact senior IT support at Airframe company, and from other similar roles that I've worked, like technically like similar titles and responsibilities, I would have just been doing like tier 2 stuff. But because of how badly that company gutted its IT department in favor of just like letting AI do everything in terms of the initial reports, like initial IT tickets and stuff, it didn't do shit. We still had a crazy workload, but instead of just having tickets that had went through the initial process through like a help desk position, we were the help desk while also simultaneously being senior level IT, and then we were also doing the networking shit because our networking team literally just like they did handle the back end, but they would dump as much work as humanly possible on us that in every other role I've worked would have fallen on networking teams. I was a senior computer support specialist. Exactly. I work IT support for an insurance company. My fucking chat is just full of IT guys. Well, IT workers. I shouldn't generalize with gendered role terms. The most IT thing I've done there was use to write batch scripts for our software. I mean, that's more than a lot of companies expect. And me making a ticketing system that was the most advanced in my company in years, just to find out after laying me off they got rid of it. The dumbest shit to me with how companies handle IT kind of applies to like a lot of different roles across a lot of industries. And honestly, my teacher back in like the vocational school I went to did warn me. IT is always just seen as an expense. So it's dumb as hell, but it's basically like when you're doing your job well, they don't even understand why they have you there or why they pay you so much. But then when shit hits the fan, they don't know why they have you there or why they pay you that much. It's the most ridiculous, like, I guess you'd say, like, logical fallacy to deal with on a professional level. Because the same people thinking this are the same people who will get locked out of their account because you guys make us change our passwords every 3, 6, whatever your company's standard is, months. And it's like, if there wasn't a bunch of people getting fished by the most obvious fucking emails on earth, we wouldn't have to have all these extra security measures. It's weird how that works. I don't understand why we have people on the phone guiding people through our tools. Don't you fuckers have licenses? You should know how to apply for basic life insurance policy. Trying to get a 2-month IT contract that will lead to an opportunity to become the place's IT manager. Hey, that'd be a solid gig to line up. I will say the craziest thing is before my last role, the senior role, I was an IT lead, but I took on the responsibilities of the IT manager that left. That was something. And of course, shortly after I left that company, the company wound up selling to an AI company. And it's crazy because they were they were literally an outsourcing company. So like they went from outsourcing jobs to like Honduras and Philippines and other locations to just outsourcing it to AI. What's funny is they actually did the customer service for Grinder at one point, A24 Films, and Fansly, to name a few. And just talking to my supervisor who was located at our Honduras office, apparently Fansly was probably the hardest job to do because of what people try to pass off on that. Oh wait, I forget, we're not supposed to say those words on Twitch. But I'm not promoting it. I'm talking about my old job. So, does that give me a get out of jail free pass? Please don't ban me, Twitch gods. I also said grinder. Is that a bad word? I mean, I guess if I was still living in Massachusetts, that just means a like sub sandwich. Grinder for my basil? So dumb. I just thought about it. I'm going to have to resist the urge from making one of my notification sound effects the grinder ping. Exactly. I really just do be blurting some shit out sometimes. I apologize, y'all. I'm fighting a constantly losing battle against my brainworms. I don't know what else to say. Exactly, Azoff Blue Sky. That's the one. God, I'm rambling so much. I've barely gotten any of this line work done. I'm proud of the fact that like so little people refer to Twitter as the dumb rename that I refuse to even say because it makes no sense. I also hate it because like as an artist, I understand like the discoverability on Twitter is like I guess you could say like a lot more accessible than Blue Sky. But for ethical reasons, it's just hard for me to open up a Twitter account again. No, yes, off. I thought you were better than them. Revokes mod status. You're the chosen one. Cue the fucking Obi-Wan Anakin scene. Honestly, that's reassuring to hear. That's why I said it's tempting. Everything site, more like the everything political one, dude. Ugh. It's so disappointing because I used to spend way too much time on that site. Ooh, thank you for those, RJ. Give me 1 second. Same, but even Blue Sky, I'm like, man, this shit is a nothing burger sometimes. You're not wrong, but I will say, like, I'm so torn because like I used to get like a lot of my information from TikTok, but since the whole buyout bullshit, it definitely isn't the same that it used to be in terms of like access to current events. So like Blue Sky is the more logical option for that type of information. But I spent so long like building my like my pay my timeline. I don't even know what the term for their main page is. But like effectively I culled all of the like political stuff. So like I ban like I like muted anything that had the Angry Tangerines name or basically anything related to politics. Because, like, I figured I'm already getting information overload on TikTok. I don't need it here, too. But now, like, it has such a terrible influx of obvious bullshit compared to back in the day that I've kind of lost that information. And I do like to stay up to date on that type of shit. For, like, it's the feed. Okay, fair. I promise I'm not a poser. What's it called? What's it called when you're on the internet too much? Dear God, I really am a poser. Little Johnny has bought a house and this room is small. It's not eternally online. What the terminally online? Yeah, I'm kind of terminally online. I think that's a term that is popularized. Dear God, I'm brain farting right now. Ah, yes, the poser, the real world to say, and not a LARPer. I fucking hate the term LARPer. I am so annoyed that that has become the new phrase because the fact that people are using it for shit that is like not even LARPing. And I'm not even saying like LARPing by definition, but if you want to like change what a phrase means, at least make it make sense. Unfortunately, you are not wrong. Okay. Geometric line work takes way too fucking long. Holy shit. I don't necessarily like appreciate it, but like I can understand everything being a meme because it's kind of always been that way. But it's definitely gotten excessive at this point. If it just feels like it's kind of lost its like what je ne sais quoi. Because kind of even if it's for friendly jokes, suffer from a certain number. The funniest thing about that particular number to me is why it annoys so many people. Because I fully understand it. Don't get it twisted. I 100% comprehend why, dare I say, the numbers 6, 7 piss so many people off. But I've also trained myself to not be so quick to like be the Simpsons grandpa yelling at a cloud. Because as infuriating as some stuff is, I also know the stupid ass shit I thought was hilarious when I was younger. So, like, who am I to judge when that number is funny to a certain age group? When, like, I unironically had 420 in my old DeviantArt username. So, like, who am I to judge? But that being said, I do fully understand why it's annoying as shit. I mean, we had 21 or 69. Exactly. 69 is kind of timeless. That's the thing that is funny to me about 6-7 becoming such a thing. Is like on some level it almost feels like it's a visceral reaction to not using 69 anymore. Hell, I'm 21, so sometimes I joke about the whole 9 plus 10 equals 21. Damn, I didn't even realize it's already been an hour and 40 minutes. I'm glad I already planned on going a little bit longer with tonight's stream. I don't like the way that line came out. I hate it. I hate it. It must be fixed. If you feel bad about your progress, I picked up 2 references and drew ahead. Well, I also know I spent quite a bit of time war dumping because I was excited somebody asked about it. I can't lie. I've been asked so much about Tart herself, my raccoon Sona, that like I realized I need to flesh her out more. Specifically because like she's a raccoon who lives in a dumpster behind Beaver Bob's can only be said so many times. Alright, how big can Tart go? Fairly large. I don't know exactly how to quantify it, but if I can get the redeem figured out on the new model, I'm definitely gonna have 2 different stages, if not more. Why are you not? Oh, I'm hitting control, not shift. That's why. Large enough to break the dumpster itself? You know what? Probably not on stream, but that's not a bad idea for art. I've also been playing with the idea. Like, originally I was thinking about offering my old model as an adoptable, but I really do like my old cowgirl. So, I've also been contemplating involving her in some shenanigans, if you catch my drift. Because, I mean, cowgirl, it just makes sense. My brain is not computing. Okay, there we go. I was trying to figure out which way I needed to drag that. Have you tried to put Tart in that in Have you tried to put Tart in that one dumpster pick full of donuts? Hold on. I don't know if I'm familiar with your game. What is this donut dumpster you speak of? I am intrigued. I think you should be able to post a link. It's probably not the best thing that I haven't moderated that out yet, but since I have been lazy, take advantage of it. Oh, do I need to do some Googling? Is it a dumpster full of glazed donuts from behind a Krispy Kreme? So I'm seeing that pop up quite a bit. Actually, there's quite a bit of just dumpsters full of fucking donuts. Uh, this one's like a clip from a video. You find the best one. Hit. That's not. I'll just replace that. Is it that one? Alright, let me see what else we've got over here. Let's see if it's this one. Holy shit. That one's a lot bigger than the other one. Is that the one? Fair enough. There's apparently a lot of pictures of dumpster donuts. I'm discovering, so inspiration, nonetheless. Hold up, that reminds me. I need to find this. Oh, for some reason, all the ones I was seeing were like more or less that particular range. Let me see if I can find the old reference I did when I was coming up with my persona. Because I've honestly been tempted to use it. Maybe it's a... Nah, that's not it. There was one picture when I was creating my persona that was like a raccoon sticking its head out of a dumpster that looked like it was like almost like screeching or something. I think I found it. Oh wait, no, this one doesn't have it on there. Damn it. I'm so disappointed. I don't know what happened to it, but I used to have the picture somewhere. I remember the VTuber Andu had drew on the trend, but it's almost like 4 a.m. I ain't gonna be like Mr. Krabs when he digs a grave for money. Damn, I'm so disappointed I lost this picture. I'm trying to find it, but there's way too many pictures of raccoons and dumpsters. I don't think I'm gonna find it. Because I honestly was tempted to do a draw over of it, of just like it being like basically a realistic raccoon just with my persona's hair. It wasn't too dissimilar to this one. Wait, Feederite has one? I didn't even know that. That's hilarious. Good taste. Actually, this might be the image that I'm thinking of now that I'm thinking about it. Dear God. It wasn't a dumpster, it was a trash can. We all become real eventually. Oh, he has like an actual. Oh, I think I saw that. It's an actual model. No, like that would be funny. No, I was planning on just drawing over. It was either this image or a similar image. But with this hairdo over here. That's fucking amazing, though. We can finally be bees, Mark. God damn, that meme is way more prevalent in my life than I ever imagined it would be. I remember Ammonia didn't like that bit. Oh my god. I just looked up as you said that. That's fucking great. I'm tempted to finally make use of Smack Studio because I bought it forever ago and haven't used it for anything. To make like a bunch of little bugs that are commonly found in a dumpster and adding that to my stream avatars. So that way y'all can be little dumpster critters. I'll live for 30 years. This is good news, Mark. Alright, so we got the line work for the 2 trash cans done. I guess more accurately, the burn barrel and the dumpster. The real issue is going to be animating lighting, because that's something I've avoided like the plague. Please put spinning cockroach in it. Would be so awesome. It'd be so cool. God damn it. With Funky Town playing, it's integral. I was just thinking about it in Expansive Opulence. I'm gonna have to make a reference to, like, why the fuck is there always a burn barrel beside our dumpster? I thought we got rid of this thing. Why does it keep reappearing? Oh yeah, trust me. If I was gonna get in trouble for that, I would have got in trouble a few art streams ago. What do these times mean? Also, Trake, you miss me beating a 3-faced bug man with white girl 2010s music? The fucking context of that is what? Why not crispy quality? That is a fucking sins you got there, my dude. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Trake. Sorry. Hey, Infer, you just stumbled in while RJ is giving me a stroke while I'm trying to decipher what the sentence means. Let's just say I pop off Booze Battle when I play. I pop off in Booze Battle when I play 2010's White Girl music. Appreciate that shout out. The power of apple bottom jeans was too much. That's fucking. I'm fucking done. Oh god. I will say the one thing that annoys me the most about getting old, I did not have allergies like this back when I was a kid. I would like to blame global warming. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, nah, it's hard. That's RJ's. Yeah. Motherfucker's wild with music. remember me popping off Invincible with music. They couldn't handle the stakes as I was making a steak as Omni Man. What the fuck? I feel like context is important here. That's fucking dope. I want to get back into fighting games. I was never competitive in them by any standard, but I did used to get pretty sweaty on. Oh fuck, which Tekken was it? I think it was Tekken 6. Was that 360? Yes, it was definitely Tekken 6. Context isn't real. I made 17 people rage live on stream when the Invincibles fighting games beta was out. I play a mean Omni Man. That game actually looks pretty fucking good. The more I hear about it, the more I want to play it. Currently, the one game that I am trying to get back into is Guilty Gear Strive. I tried so hard to enjoy Tekken 8, but like between them dropping the ball with DLC characters, which seems to just be a trend in modern iterations of Tekken. Oh, it was Tekken 8, right? Gotta check my Steam library real quick. Yeah, Tekken 8. It had so much potential at launch. I don't understand how they could fucking mess it up so much. Like even with like the balancing issues at launch, it was still fun to play. But yeah, I was really sweaty at Tekken 8 because neighbor in my apartment complex, who actually also happened to be my roommate's cousin, uh he basically saw how nerdy me and my best friend were, and he effectively beat the dog shit out of us with Eddie to motivate us to want to get better, to the point that me and my best friend would constantly play each other and then also constantly lab by ourselves to improve on the characters that we were playing. Because I started off as playing How Wrong, but realized I was a lot better with Asuka. Because let's be honest, How Wrong, as easy as it is to like juggle with him, he hits like a fucking feather duster. I suck hard balls at fighting games because like my ADHD plus dyspraxia brain can't process too many buttons, but I'd still be down to do ass kicking in Sonic the Fighter if only they re-release it, which is not happening. Nah, let me beat his ass as Dragunov or Paul. I don't doubt it. If that's the fucking names you're pulling out of that roster, you're a different breed. Those motherfuckers. Dragunov in particular. That son of a bitch is weird to play. So like if you're actually proficient with him, that's honestly a terrifying concept. Because I feel like he's like a Zhao Yu that hits hard. Hearing Paul makes me think of the other Paul, you know, the forbidden one. What's the fucking forbidden Paul? The alien? I was a Roshi main at fighters competitions. What the fuck is wrong with you? The wife stealer. What wife stealer, Paul? I'm out of the loop on that one. Oh yeah, since we're talking about Tekken, fun fact. We were talking about him earlier, so it's only right. Does he remind you of anybody at all? They made OC cooking Spider-Man and shit. Well, aside from Richard Watterson, obviously his outfit. Sorry, I had to grab this. Yes, this was one of the reference images that I used while creating Richard Waterberg. Or I should say Rich, for legal reasons. let me take Bob off the screen. I actually almost just left him up there because I wasn't paying attention when I closed that out. But yes, Rich is a funny fusion of chubby goobers. If that were the case, he would already have broken the universe, technically. Now, it's questionable how he got employed in the first place. But he's the type of character that fails forward, so... Sorry, give me a second. I'm looking up hinges on a fence around a dumpster. Yeah, no, I was actually telling my buddy Tempest when I was lore dumping on her. Uh, I'm considering. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong thing to be drawing that hinge on. Uh, I'm considering shipping Rich with Deborah. Specifically because with Deborah having like the office mom personality that's like super protective of Tessa. Hold up, I think I got names wrong. Deborah with Rich because Deborah is hyper protective of Tessa, the bat. So the reason I consider shipping them is because she would put a stop to Roxy and Tila calling Rich Dick. There we go. My brain works sometimes. And it's my fault for making the main character's name so similar to Tila, but in all fairness, I wasn't expecting to use Tila until I had already developed everything else about the story, and it was too late to back out at that point, so hopefully people can differentiate the two because one's a bat and one's an elf, but we'll see when it comes to it. Exactly. I should just use the Watterson's house as a reference for Rich's house. Because GMs make pretty decent money. And remember, he always fails forward, so it's probably he probably inherited it from a family member or something. Okay, we will go back to a smaller size just for this little lumpy top, because if you've ever seen these little barrier stopper things up close, it's just concrete filling a metal pole. I don't know how to explain it. Now the real issue is going to be me putting lines on this thing. Maybe I cheat. Do like a lower opacity sketchy line. Imagine if you also got an evil ass short fat girl trying to bankrupt Beaver Bob's for her own fast food. But see, for that, I'd have to figure out another name for the competitor's fast food company. Who would be the main competition for Beaver Bob's? Beaver Bob's. Catch her at her maximum overdrive. Yeah. The Yum Bucket. I'm fucking done. Moderators ban them. No. Uh, just everything in my universe is like a clearly legally safe, totally not knockoff of other fictional and real world establishments. Like we were talking about Cookout earlier. The in-universe equivalent will just be called barbecue. This user has been banned for 1 second. I have a mean Plankton impression. I would have said the nut bucket. Yeah, but you're excluding like a big chunk of the populace who have allergies. It's a pirate themed restaurant called the Rum Bucket. I don't like how these lines are coming out, damn you. Didn't clarify on what type of nut. Man, I get banned twice today. Sorry, story of my life. Allergies aren't real, it's just a skill issue. What the fuck? Oh, damn, I guess it's throwing down outside. A natural debuff. Alright, I didn't want to do it, but I'm cheating here. Where's my line tool? I don't use curve enough in this program. How does this work? It's actually not too bad. It was Flamey stream, but it was a misclick. That one was real though. Alright, appreciate the heads up, babe. So chat, you see that. If I disappear, I apologize. How do these actually look at 100%? Because if they're not too different from the line tool I'm using, yeah, I think I'm actually just going to use these. I can't even lie. Yo, Virgil, get your ass out of RJ and Tart State. I didn't mean to do that, but that actually worked out. And V's and Fays. Everybody, apparently. Apparently I didn't line these up perfectly, but oh well. Oh, my poor dog, he hates storms. Man, we could have a fat VTuber meetup. You're not wrong. Just based off of the storms, we're probably not too far. Not to dox you or anything, but are you familiar with our Lord and Savior cookout? Wait, that's way too much. Why am I copying that entire thing? I just need one line. So my game plan is okay. Trakerstar, I'll break this down for you because it's way more intimidating than it actually is. But before I go back on that rant, because I already did it at the start of stream, uh, my game plan, I'm doing a donathon for my birthday next week. I haven't worked out the specifics yet, so I am taking suggestions for rewards. Obviously, I'm gonna do like art and stuff, but like for instance, oh, we should have a meetup in Canada. so I can come, and also free cold for everyone. All right, killer girl, bust down these moves. Um, so effectively, uh, if I can hit my goal and get into stretch goal territory, I'm gonna have more rewards that involve me actually spending money. But prior to that threshold, it's gonna be like free stuff I can offer, for lack of a better term. Like art will be one of like, the higher goals, like a commission giveaway of some type, something like that. But earlier I had thought of what could be an incentive, just like a flat out incentive, and I forgot it. I'll have to go back through my VOD. But unless unless you remember what I'm talking about, it's a bit of a stretch because I'm being super vague with it. But yeah, if we can hit our stretch goal, one of the first ones. Well, that was the stretch goal. I'm trying to think of the incentive I said earlier. I said, "Ooh, I could just do that as a flat out incentive." Damn it, my brain fails me once again. But anyways, if I do hit my stretch goal after the money to get the stroller that we're looking at. Oh yeah. No, wait, no. Those incentive those were the goals that I would have put below the 550 mark. Oh god, there was an incentive that I thought of that could be like a repeatable thing. Like so like the difference between the goals and the incentives I'll set up for like dollar amounts. So like if you donate X amount of money, I'll do this. So like somebody pays $25, it would be something that I could do. Like I do plan on doing like a $5 doodle. Is Chris like actual hard mode of RE1? I heard from other streamers he isn't easy. More or less, yes. You're not wrong, Trickstar. And yes, off is overheating. I didn't realize it was you saying that, yes off. Yeah, Sluggy. I'm spreading the gospel of Cookout to anybody who's willing to hear me rant. Because for my Donathon next week, if I can hit a stretch goal, one of the first stretch goals will be a Cookout mukbang. And most people see this menu and get overwhelmed because it seems so complicated. But the beautiful thing about this menu is all you really have to pay attention to is this red bar right here. This red bar is the combo system. And their combo system is super generous. You pick your tray. So, for instance, my personal go-to is a spicy chicken sandwich. Now, where I complicate things and be a real fat ass, so I always get cheddar style. Zoom in a little bit further, you'll see what cheddar style is. Cheddar style is cheddar cheese, which it's not cheddar cheese. It's not a slice of cheddar cheese. This is fucking cheese sauce. Like, not spicy, but like the same consistency as nacho cheese that you'd get with nachos. So cheese sauce, they call it cheddar cheese. Bacon, grilled onions, and mayo. That's where the real calories hit. It's fucking delicious. I will always recommend chili style. But then again, you can't go wrong with nacho chili style. Honestly, you can't go wrong with any of these, but it adds to your order's price. So even if you're going basic menu, you still get a lot of fucking food. Because not only do you get your sandwich or your hot dogs or your quesadillas or your chicken strips or your barbecue, you also get to pick 2 sides. Not just one, 2 sides. And with those 2 sides, they can be any of these things. You can get onion rings, fries, Cajun fries, hush puppies, slaw, cheese bites, also known as cheese curds, depending on where you're at, chicken nuggets, cornbread or corn dog, quesadillas, chicken wraps, bacon wraps, or walking taco. Now, mind you, if you're not familiar with game, hush puppies are deep fried like cornbread is the best way I can explain it. It's literally cornbread batter thrown into a deep fryer. typically a little bit sweeter than standard cornbread. It's fucking delicious. My go-to sides are either A, Cajun fries and hush puppies, or B, Cajun fries and a corn dog. That being said, you can get whatever the fuck you want. You get to pick two of them. It says double up, but those who know game know that you don't get double the side with fries or Cajun fries. So if you're going to get fries, like onion rings, it does make a difference. Chicken nuggets, it does make a difference. But if you're getting fries, just get one order of fries, because you're going to get the same amount of fries slammed in that little fucking, what's it called, styrofoam box, as you are if you just get one order. And then you get the corn dog, and now you have a corn dog, Cajun fries, and your sandwich. And then if you want to be really fat with it, you can get chili cheese on your fries. So, like, there's a lot of options. And then the creme de la creme of being in the South is you get the huge tea for no extra charge. That's a big-ass fucking cup of sweet tea. If sweet tea isn't your favorite, or you don't want like a float or anything like that, you just pay an extra $1.60 and you get yourself a shake, which is this entire blue menu. And I'm not sure if it's every location, but every location near me, you can mix typically like 2 toppings. So my wife goes with, what did you say you do? Banana pudding cheesecake, I believe, is her go-to. But you really can't go wrong with any of them. All of them are fucking delicious. If you can manage to get one of the seasonal ones, like, I don't even like eggnog, but their eggnog shake is pretty fucking good. Their watermelon shake during July and August is really good. Or their peppermint chip. Genuinely, this whole fucking menu of shakes alone is amazing. I'm not walking a mile into town for it, though. Oh, yeah, if you're not familiar, Cheer Wine. Cheer Wine is a regional delicacy. It is cherry soda, but, like, it's not just cherry soda. Cook out when they have to face Monia on ordering from this menu. So yes, if we can hit some stretch, like, probably will be my first stretch goal. It'll be a cookout mukbang that I will have my webcam aimed at the food while I devour it. So, incentives. Stretch mark. Cheer Wine float. Yeah, you can't go wrong with floats. Alright, think from a perspective. These lines would basically be straight across at this angle. How Ammonia does it, I'm not confident enough to do a face reveal. If you want to cyber stalk my old Twitch, you'll see what I looked like as a full mask. But I also had a lot of facial hair back then, and a really corny, like, damn near Waka from Final Fantasy X hairstyle. I don't think it would break the magic per se, but if I was to ever do a face reveal, I gotta step my game up with makeup. I'll let the past where it belongs. I appreciate it. Why do I have this shit set to multiply? It should just be a normal layer. Yeah, we're good to go there. But yeah, I always like to do it kind of big for my birthdays because, like, even when I didn't have much of a following, I still managed to hit my goals for 100 subs on 2 of my birthday streams. And for those, I was doing 12-hour streams, and the 200 sub mark would be a 24-hour stream. My first time doing it, I got to the 24-hour mark, and I wound up falling asleep at the 18-hour mark. I think I still have that clip somewhere. Do mukbang. Look out for the raccoon homies in the dumpster. Be sure to get a huge scent. Don't believe the lies. Always feed the raccoons. The raccoons need sustenance. Okay. We're actually done with the line work. Cool deal. Oh, if that was the grid I used when originally drawing this. Okay. Raccoons crave to be domesticated. That's like 90% of the reason why I went with a raccoon. Like, I am a fat fuck by nature, so it was only fitting. Even at my skinniest, I was still a fat fuck at heart. Not to throw old Sluggy there under the bus or anything, but he is not small by any stretch of the imagination. And I was going through a lot of stuff and still on Adderall when we were working together. So, like, I was much skinnier than I am right now. And we would call each other fat ass. And he would get side eyes from people that we worked with because, like, for whatever reason, they, like, were offended for me, not realizing, like, it's a term of affection to me. I will never be offended by being called fat. Fat is not a bad word in my vocabulary. It's simply an adjective. Considering how chunky a raccoon can be, yeah, same. I'm a fat ass by default, not even no way. Exactly. Ooh, nice. Hold up. Don't be saying that, babe. That is a lie. I get self-conscious when you say it in a mean way because we have called each other fat for years. You'll say it with like a certain context and you know exactly what I'm talking about. And it won't even be fat. You'll like just make a comment about like how wide my ass is or something. And let's be frank, I'm just a little bitch. I shouldn't even get sensitive about it. Because, like I said, I throw around the term fat fuck very, very loosely. So it makes no sense that I do get my feelings about it. Ooh, what color are we making these poles? You're going to make them yellow or red? Maybe red to complement the burn barrel? Context matters. For any type of fat comment, context 100% matters. If I know you're on the same wavelength as me in terms of just like either not giving a fuck or just like the fields I operate in, to put it nicely, I'm not going to take offense to it. Some random motherfucker calls me a wide load in public, I will be salty. Can't even lie. Because wide load just feels like such a specific phrase now that you mention it. I've learned that there's an oversized load. I feel like that would be more fitting for me, anyways. I will never understand why, but this song has had a stranglehold on me for years. I love Snail's House music. I forgot how much I really do. Holds up lighter. I was gonna say use that for whenever you make a massive sexy UBC art, just oversized load paint. You gotta keep it in mind too. Not gonna lie. Yeah, no, you're definitely onto something with that. I think we've got to go a brighter green for this. It's gonna be lazy and just color pick from there, but I feel like dumpsters are a more vibrant green. Why does this feel Christmas themed now? As soon as I drew out that, instant Christmas vibes. God damn, now I've talked about it so much. I really want Cookout too, damn it. Also, I gotta go now. It's almost 5 a.m. I feel like I'm gonna be dead as hell tomorrow. Have a good stream. Take care. I appreciate you hanging out. Always glad to see you in chat. Get some rest. It's like way too late now, but I'm realizing I forgot to post like I normally do on TikTok on my little story thing. Oh well. I got 2 more streams this week that I can worry about it. This week. Okay, now I'm trying to think of what I was going to use as the incentive, because I feel like it was actually a pretty good idea. Damn it, why does my short-term memory have to be so absolute dog shit? Did you bring enough for class? Everybody gets a hot cocoa. I appreciate you investigating Azov. I might have just thought it. My dumbass might not even said it out loud. That is always a possibility. Hold on. What's going on with this selection tool? Oh, that's why. Don't think there's any other little... Oh, yes, there is. Drinking out of the heart-shaped brand mug right now. That's fucking beautiful. That's one thing I've got to do better with my current channel. I want to do better merch than I attempted in a previous life. Once upon a time, I wanted to do my own like clothing brand, but that was years ago. U2 tart win. The R jug, if you will. Now that's branding. That's what I call merchandising right there. I guess I can go like a navy color for this top section of the wall. Oh, my phone just notified me that it's storming outside. Huh, never would have guessed. No, actually, RJ mentioned it. I think like last time you were in stream. I have a 3D printer that I need to make use of. That'll be a first project when I get back into Blender. I'm going to make, I guess, probably like a chibi model of my character, and then figure out what I need to do to export it from Blender to a software compatible, or to make it compatible with my printer. And then from there, I don't have a fancy printer, so I would just basically have to use like whatever, what's it called? The string of plastic. Dear God, I know the term for it, but I'm drawing a blank right now because I'm trying to say it out loud. But that stuff, and then just hand paint it. Sell some miniatures that way. Is it PLA? No, that's a foam, I think. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. Is it PLA? Oh, yeah, I guess it is PLA. I think. I could be wrong. I don't have anything fancy. I'm trying to think of what brand it is. So these would be like tiny figurines, but figurines nonetheless. Ooh, we're gonna do like a Starry Night background. That's what this needs to be. I think I have just the brush for this. Oh, wrong brush. I think that works for a pretty basic Starry Night Sky to go behind there. Okay, so we have flats done and everything. Give me just a second. I'm going to step away so I can refill my water. And I will be right back. I guess now is as good a time as any to stretch. So that works out. I will be right back, y'all. Give me just a moment. No, you're fine. I can't blame you. That's a lot going on at once. All right, apologies for that. All right, we are back. I need to take notes on like what I should do for incentives and all that stuff. Y'all think like $5 little sketch doodles seems fair? Like, wouldn't be anything too crazy. It'd just basically be like a 5-minute drawing, something of that nature. So that'll be my lowest incentive. I also am happy. What has made you happy? What's the name of this song? This is what I'm thinking of. It is. The Superman and Aquaman's VAs from Injustice accidentally leaked a third game in development. No shit. I played a lot of the first Injustice, but I missed out entirely on Injustice 2. I will say, actually, come to think of it, that was probably the last fighting game I really spent a lot of time in. But what's funny is I wound up getting discouraged because that same friend I played Tekken against put me to fucking shame. And it doesn't help that I was an Aquaman main. That was kind of a. That wasn't the greatest choice on my part. Alright. Add another layer. We'll throw this here. Do an overlay. I forgot about all of them, honestly. I just thought of something stupid I have to do. Hold on 1 second. What is a little shitty wall behind a dumpster without some graffiti, right? I would imagine a dumpster dwelling little raccoon lady wouldn't be the greatest at graffiti. So she definitely wouldn't have great can control, hence all the drips. Oh no, I did it on the wrong layer. Damn it. Why do I do these things? Okay, let's do that again. This time we'll do it with a slightly bigger pin size. Y'all have any ideas for what would be some good incentives? Like, obviously rewards too, but like, I feel like I can come up with some decent rewards. Like, I might do an extended stream or whatnot, or like plan for like a 12-hour stream if we hit a certain marker. But I'm thinking more like constantly redeemable. Like for instance, the $5 doodle. But I don't want it to be all art related. I don't know why. I'm trying to think of something, but I'm drawing a blank at the moment. Is there anything y'all would be interested in for either? Either a reward or the repeatable incentives? That's the real question. Because it's like I don't feel like I give off the right energy to do something more like I don't know. I personally don't feel like I have the draw of wanting to do anything like, for lack of a better term, like kisses or anything like that. Oh, son of a bitch. I miss those. Don't get me wrong, it'd be really cool if I gave off mommy energy, but I feel like Kawhi feels the draw for that far more than I do. Ooh, that's actually not a bad idea. Do that for like one of the higher priced ones, like $20 or something. And to Big Ma. Make you come in here and make like kiss sound effects on the mic whenever somebody redeems a certain amount. Where did I just set my stylus? Oh, there we go. How would y'all feel about having a your character here with me and Kawhi as a redeem? To give y'all an example, because it's been a while since I drew her proper. This is a current one that I'm working on of her newer design. Oh no, that's not the right. There we go. These chains are taking so fucking long. Like the chains are why I took a break from drawing this. This is Kawhi's succubus Sona, I guess you could call it, because she refuses to let me convert her into a furry. So I'm gonna snooze this one for a bit. Oh, hold on. There's that. Do I have like too high of a tolerance over here? Ooh, perfect. Okay. I'll save this one for shading more than anything. So let me grab spray. Shrink that down quite a bit. Oh. Yeah, so none of the holes would pop up on here. 420. Alright, I know I have an effects brush that'll be kind of grungy-ish. Where is it? No, that's Polaris. Now the baby wants cookout too. I feel like I'm going to be racking my brain over this for like the next week. Might help if I didn't have the burn barrel. Jeez, I couldn't think of the word. Still selected. Oh. Alright, I'll use my last one of these snoozes. Come on, chat. Help a girl out. I don't want to use my brain to think of things. That's asking too much. You know, it probably wouldn't hurt for me to just do that right there to keep everything within the bounds. If I had more followers and was better at art, I'd do a YCH and my possum and the requester at a con. We were both hover handing. That would be fucking great. I would say I'd do it tonight, but I'm definitely gonna be going to sleep like immediately after this stream. So tomorrow and probably Saturday, I'll spend some time doing a bit of research, see what I can come up with. Because I'd like to have it figured out before Monday of next week, so I can get some like I guess you call it promo materials together for it. It's a lot easier when I'm just trying to get subs, but since I'm actually aiming for more of like a traditional donathon structure, this will be a first for me. I guess this is where like the imposter syndrome comes into play, because like seeing my friends do it, and obviously it varies in how actually effective it is, but at the same time, like anything is going to be better than nothing, especially in our current circumstance. Like obviously with the job potentially being lined up, that'll help alleviate a lot of our financial stress at least, but the more cushion I can create in the meantime, the better, because technically speaking, baby's to a point where he could realistically pop out whenever he liked, but isn't scheduled to, I guess you could say, until August. Yeah, no, I'm with you 100%. We need as much time as we can get. We got too much stuff we've got to get in order. I'll say it might sound dumb, but I'm actually kind of proud of myself with how fast I've gotten it rendering. Jeez, that's so insane to think about. This little human's really about to be here. Yeah, and that's how babies become NICU babies. You're not wrong. Ooh, I know one thing I could do would be like a traditional sketch or drawing. Traditional illustration, we'll call it, because I don't have any tools for coloring. But I could do a traditional drawing and physically ship it to people who donated past a certain dollar amount. That wouldn't be bad. Also, it'd give me an excuse to do like a webcam stream of my sketchbook. Then I could show y'all my gnarly scar on my hand from when I was a baby. Though I guess I could do that if we hit the mukbang goal anyways. But I digress. It just dawned on me I need to line up collabs for next week. The minimum safe deployment range. That's honestly not wrong. I've been making babies since like. Ooh, good call, RJ. Big stretch. It's one of those times where like it would actually be beneficial to have a live 2D model, so I could tell I was actually stretching, not just claiming I did. But Scout's honor and all that, I definitely just got a good stretch in. Well, we were supposed to be able to make babies, but I guess it was never. I take it you meant to say weren't. I'm thinking way too hard about this. I need to be drawing. I'm going to set a goal to have this figured out by Saturday. That way, because for some reason I operate better in Crunch. That's one thing. I hate how my brain works. But use the deck of cards, method of protection. I'm ace. Actually, I will leave those dark because if I do that angle, that implies light's coming this way. I have to rework all this, so. Sweet KK Slider remix. Oh, that's not gonna work. There we go. Wrong layer.
I'm about to go to bed, but I want you to.
Hmm?
I'm about to go to bed, but I want you to feel how thick his playmat's gonna be.
Oh, yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah. He ain't gonna hit his little head on nothing. take your medicine. Take your medicine.
No, good call. I probably should have taken that an hour or two ago.
I should have taken mine, but I wanted to finish
Oh well.
the row that I was on for crocheting. Sam, I'm tired of your fat ass taking my cushion off the chair.
Stop fat shaming our cat.
Never. I'll stop fat shaming him when he stops being greedy.
Well, that's never gonna happen. So.
So then he'll never not shame. Chuggy, 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 chuggy. Ow! Why do you bite? How big he is? He takes up my entire seat.
Yeah, he's a chunk. I don't know what to tell you.
That's ridiculous.
Cat Albert is not.
That's what you should do. Redeem, see the fattest cat in the world. Live on camera. That's a reward.
Pet reveal.
Fat ass pet reveal. The fattest one. I think why that was my phone, but
Oh,
that was
confused
weird. I don't know
me.
why that was so loud.
I guess I was really close to my mic or something. Sorry if I just volume spiked in y'all's ears. I heard myself from the other room.
Look, I can do the truffle shuffle so people can see his jiggle. Look,
I see.
fans want it. Jesus, what the hell? I think my phone turned up or something.
Nah, I'm pretty sure it's me.
Not that loud. No, my phone volume was up for some reason. Ooh, you wanna go hang out with Mom?
I've been going to bed so early. I feel so much more tired than I was expecting. Like, it's good I've been fixing my sleep schedule, but not good for the current stream. I was hoping to have more done, but on the other hand, I have thoroughly enjoyed tonight's stream, so I'm not complaining. I guess these ones don't have to be as perfect, because I want to wind up blending them anyways, at the top at least. You gotta remember, rendering doesn't have to be the perfectionism that I'm always so hung up on. Oops. Okay. Wait, what just happened? Apparently I shrunk my tools on the side. That wasn't what I was trying to do. Now we get to cheat because these ones are just straight across. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, now I really gotta stretch. Oh. Hitting that weird point of tired where like I'm really fighting my eyelids. But we soldier on. We'll make it to see the turn of midnight. That's what it was. Include characters in the background of Expansive Opulence. That was going to be a higher price, repetitive redeem incentive thing. I'm typing that on a notepad. Sleep deprivation, thank you. You made me have a brief stroke of genius. Genius? Genius. What do y'all think would be a fair price for that? Because it's only going to be a background character, so they won't be like the most detailed unless it's like required for the scene. But for most parts, it'll just be like the most distinguishing figures of the character. Good luck with that. He can be really stubborn. I think he gets that from me. Oh, 5 cents. Not in the slightest. Oh, I don't want to price it too high because it's not like a full blown commission. But then again, it does kind of like, not to sound pretentious or anything, but like it immortalizes their character in my story in a sense. What about like $40? Is that too much? I mean, we're trying to raise money, so. But I'm also not trying to seem like greedy or anything because I'm not. I'm bad at marketing. I'm bad at selling stuff. Ugh. This isn't exactly selling stuff, but it's closer to it than I typically delve in my own endeavors. I won. The victory is mine. Poor Boo Boo never stood a chance. Ooh. I'm used to that. He. How did I mess this up again? I gotta fix that. Damn it. Whoops. Well, I shouldn't do that. What am I thinking here? Okay. I blame tiredness on that. Genuine opinion, does $40 sound too high for that though? Or maybe I do like $40 for the your character here, since that'll be a lot more detailed, and then do 25 bucks for the background character. Because in theory, at that point, if you pay the 40, you get both. So maybe, $50 your character here, $25 background character. I don't know. I'll get the details ironed out. I'm just glad I remembered. Voice overlay. There we go. Why is that coming out such a different color? Oh, because it is a different color. Whoops. Oh, that's a different color too. That definitely will do it. I'm gonna do prolific stuff so I can make it there now. Don't stretch yourself too thin, but I do appreciate the fact that you're willing to even consider it. I know one thing I would like to do, but it would definitely have to be like a ridiculous stretch goal that will like 99% chance never hit. Would be to get Otter Pups to do a model for me, just because I'm a big fan of her work. But she does. I want to say last time I checked, it was like 200 for her models, so that is low on the priority list. As much as I would like to contribute to a great artist, I also have to act within my own means. One thing I am excited about is once we get our money straight and have a better understanding of like where our finances sit once our child does arrive. I'll be making decent money, so I'll actually be able to commission other artists. I love making art. I will continue to make my own art, but I also have always wanted to be in a position to throw money at artists to make them draw my character because I want to see my character in other people's art styles. I'm always open to fan art, and if you're unsure, you can always reach out. I mean, worst thing that can happen is I say I'm not comfortable with it, but bit of a freak, so it's only uh like typically my nose would be like what is like my typical do and don'ts on my own commissions. So far, I've only seen two other people draw my Sona. Question mark. I don't think I'm forgetting anybody. But oh no, I'm pretty sure my do's and don'ts. I even have mecha. Like I will draw mecha. Might like not be Gundam Wing level, but I can draw robots. I've drawn robots most of my life. I even used to attempt to draw Gundam Wing stuff, but this was the 90s and early 2000s. Oh, damn, I need to update that. I appreciate you for catching that. Holy shit. Been depriving myself. I enjoy Lancer too much to not want to draw mecha. I say enjoy Lancer. I love Lancer, but I've never gotten the opportunity to play it outside of GMing a game. A singular game. Feels bad. I'm literally going to change this right now. Like, I'm not even joking. I guess I should keep the star. Do, like, change it to minors slash aged up. That's one thing that, like, is, like, such, like, a... Like, I don't fuck with aging up or, like, drawing minors in any type of graphic scenario. But because of the nature of a lot of my work, I'm even hesitant to draw fan art of characters that I like that are minors, just because I don't want it to be misconstrued. Heck, I'm even at this point considering reworking my hoverboarding comic to be centered around adults, because throughout the entire process of, like, theory crafting it and developing it as far as I have, it was going to be based around teenagers. But I also started initially creating this comic when I was 14 years old. So it makes sense that the characters were like 16, 17 years old. If I ever get to a point where, like, I'm prolific enough to have my, like, name established as a traditional comic artist, then I'll be more welcome to centering a story around, like, adolescent group, because it really was, like, based off of a lot of tropes, but, like, playing against those tropes. So it had the typical manga two boys and a girl group, but it was going to cover, like, heavier topics because, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, I went through a lot of shit. So I would like to create a story that resonates with kids who might be going through similar struggles that I did and didn't quite have any form of media that actually portrayed that. But at the same time, I want to do it tastefully, and I don't want to ruffle any well, it's impossible to not ruffle any feathers, but I don't want it to be perceived as anything that it's not. I guess is the best way I can put it. So until I get to a point where I'm comfortable with doing such a project, I'm not going to push my luck. We're going to do a little cheat that I like to do with rendering. Throw a tiny shadow down there at the bottom. So there is still some touching up I need to do on this. But that said, doing this in the fashion that I did will allow me to take some shortcuts working on the starting soon screen. As a matter of fact, because I haven't done it this entire time, and then I realize that that is finally saved. Oh. Kawhi's in there knocking against the wall or something. Did I save that? I think yeah, okay, I did save it. Double check on your end, Yazov, if you feel like it. See it made sure, like, it kept the changes. Where are these? Aha. So now in theory, what I can do... Yeah, let's go. Copy all these layers. Now all I need to do is put this under my big fat ass. Where's dumpster? Dumpster is down here somewhere. Because I will actually be able to keep all the line work aside from that one flap. So I'll be working on this tomorrow, along with another commission. And that'll be the last of my commissions for my current batch. So that'll really open up my availability to work on my other projects outside of these. So, tomorrow. Ooh, and it's only a flat. It's not even a full render. Fuck yes. I should, in theory, as long as I don't get hung up too much on revisions or anything, have that commission wrapped up tomorrow. And in turn, it'll be open season for me to just proceed with my own projects. Don't get me wrong. Somebody wants to capitalize on the half prices. Still one more day. So, like, that is an option if anybody's interested. But if not, and nobody commissions me before the end of the day tomorrow, I'm smooth sailing to get all this stuff done. At 11:59, I'm gonna make the most in-depth comp. You better type fast then, because it has a hard cutoff at midnight. That's one thing I will say I really do like about VGen. You can set up a lot of this stuff on scheduled basis, down to the exact minute. VGen, I will say, I'm actually impressed, like, with the changes. Well, I will say, asterisk. I'm impressed with the systems they put in play for, like, actually taking commissions. But their most recent, like, emails that went out for, like, enforcement of just, explicit imagery as a whole, that one was kind of funny. I've seen a lot of memes about it. It's like if you're a male presenting, you have to have longer shorts for it to not be considered lewd or whatever. Because they don't have like a explicitly no NSFW. They do have like no sexual activities. So like, I guess you could say like no penetration, but that doesn't really affect me at all. Because I am into some different shit. I am what you might call a weirdo. Hee. So we're gonna get rid of that. Weirdo, affectionate. Exactly. Wait, what just happened to the dumpster? Oh, why did I turn it off? Oh, it's so I could see this, that's why. Weirdo good or weirdo illegal? I am a weirdo of the fat variety. Yes, I glorify obesity. No. That's gotta be like the funniest fucking concept. You appreciate fat bodies, so you're a fucking terrible human being. Shame on you for not explicitly enjoying the status quo. How dare ye? Exactly. They're so soft. Squishy. Speaking of, my new model will be more squishy. I'm excited. I'm genuinely excited to debut my new model. So that's more incentive for me to step my shit up. And the people who have them will share ice cream with me. Speaking of, I need more ice cream, damn it. You're talking about shakes. Like, literally, what led me to even talking about Cookout earlier, that led to me talking about Cookout on my own stream, was us talking about milkshakes. And I've wanted one ever since. And I'm so annoyed. I have a feeling Kawhi is going to make me go to Cookout tomorrow while she's working, and I'm not going to complain about it either. She's probably in there listening to this, like, gotcha, bitch. Okay, what shading do I need to get rid of here? That one. So, one beautiful thing about using thicker line work is you can actually get away with, I guess you could say, like, cutting into the lines you're using. Perfect. Incentive $12,000. Bring me Cookout and a shake. You pay me $12,000, I will throw that shit in like one of those, what's it called? Like the styrofoam coolers with the fucking dry ice. That's meant for like medical shipping. Oh god, I used to work a sessioning for like a company. No, not even Yeti. It's styrofoam cooler. And whenever I worked that role, basically you'd put all the test samples that they take, whether it be like blood draws, urine, fecal, all the nasty shit. You would literally like document it in the systems, scan it, and like organize it based off of whatever, where you were shipping it to within the company or outside of the company. And then you'd literally pack these styrofoam coolers with dry ice, tape them up, and then get them shipped out. I've worked a lot of crazy gigs in my lifetime. I wouldn't recommend it, but it's also why I know so much random shit about a lot of different industries. It has actually a lot to do with why my universe and expansive opulence has so many like dots connecting. Is because like personal experience of understanding how different types of corporations link together. Oh, come on. It's going to force on one last ad break before the stream's over. That's annoying. You know what? Screw it. I'll rate out after that, after this ad break goes. Or, matter of fact, I'll push the ad break through now. Matter of fact, no. We're going to rate out. We're going to rate out before this ad break hits. Yeah. Hold on. Who can we rate out to? Who do we got live? Following. Got a few different options. You know, it's been a while since we rated Wolfie. I'll go ahead and give him another, or them. I gotta make sure I do that better, because okay. So we're gonna raid Wolfie. When you get there, make sure you show them a lot of love. I do appreciate everybody hanging out tonight and listening to my rambling. But that said, y'all make sure you get some rest. Take care of yourselves. And I will be back live on Friday with more similar prep. Not sure what exactly, but it'll be related to the upcoming birthday stuff. So, again, appreciate everybody hanging out. Hope y'all have a great rest of your night. Take care of yourselves, and I will see y'all Friday. Yes, Crushing Force Lady, exactly. All right, y'all take it easy. Night, everybody.